car.
At Step One Automotive Group, we have the largest pre-loved inventory in the Florida Panhandle. Choose from more than 800 pre-loved vehicles starting as low as $65.33. All pre-loved vehicles are Step One certified and put through a full 120-point inspection and reconditioning process so you can drive with confidence. Looking to trade up? Schedule a 15-minute instant appraisal and save time today.
Everybody go to Step One.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
You can feel the tension, like the calm before the storm. A crowd begins to swarm, like it's a holiday. 6 men step into freedom, made of steel and angel wings. It's time to kick the tires and light the fires and hear the jet propulsion sing. It's a high-fly drive-by, dazzling aerobatic show. And Mach speeds electrify, and children young and old see every twist, turn, spin, and roll from the Navy's most elite, cutting through the sky like a bolt of lightning with a roaring thunder sound. You can hear it echo up and down the beach. The blues are back in town. They're the pride of Pensacola and revered around the world, mesmerizing millions at supersonic speeds. These brave real-life heroes make us wonder, make us dream that we can kick the tires and light the fires and fly a big blue F-18. Yeah, it's a high-fly drive-by, dazzling aerobatic show. Mach speeds electrify, and children young and old see every twist, turn, spin, and roll from the Navy's most elite, cutting through the sky like a bolt of lightning with a roaring thunder sound. You can hear it echo up and down the streets. The blues are back in town. And when an angel falls, we mourn the loss like a family member's gone. But God knows the Blue Angel's legacy lives on and on and on and on.
Step One Automotive Group, we have the largest pre-loved inventory in the Florida Panhandle. Choose from more than 800 pre-loved vehicles starting as low as $65.33. All pre-loved vehicles are Step One certified and put through a full 120-point inspection and reconditioning process so you can drive with confidence. Looking to trade up? Schedule a 15-minute instant appraisal and save time today.
Welcome to the Pensacola Beach Airshow. I'm joined today with Scott Mongo-Janik, the commanding officer of the Naval Aviation Schools Command, and a big airshow fan as well. How you doing today, Scott?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, David? Thanks for having
I
me.
can't complain. So let's talk about the conditions right now. And if you've been looking at the stream at all today, obviously, as always, there's a little bit of technical difficulties. But what do you think about the conditions today?
I think we're going to be okay. It's out off the water. There's some gray stuff, but if you look over your right shoulder, if you're on the beach, that line, it's kind of all blowing that way. So if it's nothing builds up over there, I think we're going to be all right.
What do you think? High show, low show? What do you think?
Right now, I think we'd see a high show, and I don't see anything out there that's going to give a ceiling. And all that, as those who've watched the movie or heard Boss Armitage talk, all that's ceiling driven. So as long as there's not any clouds coming down low and the show center is open, it should be a high show.
Well, you heard it from the man. So we're going to keep pressing on. We've got some content for you, a little bit of video and stuff. We've got some trailers from the movie, which if you haven't seen the movie, shame on you. We also have some clips from the Blue Angel panel that we conducted after the movie was shown. So hang in there. We'll do the best we can today. Right now, it looks like everything's up and running, and we're going to have some more visits from Mongo here. He's promised to stick around with us today, so look forward to seeing you back. Nice.
The Blue Angels represent the best of the Navy.
I'm used to doing films that have special effects and you plan these moves and it's cool, but it's not real. What these pilots do, it's real. There are no second chances. It is truly a life and death demonstration.
What makes this documentary different than seeing it from the ground is you're not here, you're in it.
You'll get to be in the cockpit, watching them from behind, chasing them underneath the planes, being upside down. We're right there with them.
Stay focused. It's game on time.
There's a lot of consideration that went into how to shoot the Blue Angels in ways you've never seen them before.
On a project like this, you just don't get a take two. We could never ask them to do a flight demonstration without that being part of their regular practice schedule or demo.
They fly when they fly, and we had to figure out how to capture it. Everybody's lives are in each other's hands.
The maneuver where these F-18s are 12 inches apart, it's called the Yankee set.
You can't even believe how close they are coming together.
It's an incredible thing to see, and especially in this IMAX format.
There are moments the world will slow down for just a couple seconds.
We just come off of Top Gun Maverick and became known for dynamic, high-action jet aerial work. Never in the history of motion picture aviation has a civilian camera helicopter been approved to be inside the Blue Angel demonstration.
We were shooting for IMAX, and so the special rig needed to be used to mount the cameras. We used the Sony Venice 2 cameras and high-speed Phantom cameras.
We came up with this idea, wouldn't it be really cool to see these jets at 1,000 frames a second?
To let people live in that little moment that usually is a flash and let them just experience the awe and power of these machines.
I really feel so proud of this documentary because I get to put the real heroes on screen.
It's the closest I think any of us will come to being in a cockpit with these pilots. It's a remarkable thing to see.
If we can make audiences feel what it's like to be a Blue Angel, it's going to be a hell of a ride.
Sponsors, I'm just going to name them. Yeah, so you're welcome to sit here for that. Sure. Okay. Alrighty, welcome back. We wanted to take this opportunity, since it's a little bit slow right now. We just had Sheldon Hetherington go by in his Redbird, and we'd like to thank our sponsors. We were very happy to get the support we got this year, starting with Step One Automotive Group, who also gave us room on the pavilion here, which is very, very nice. Kathy Tanner from Tanner Realty, CMEX from the Port of Pensacola, Visit Pensacola, of course, the Port of Pensacola, and my friend Butch Kissick, who runs Wings Pensacola, right outside the front gate. Thank you, Butch. Buck Mitchell and his campaign for county commission is also on board with us today. The Navy Mustang Association, yesterday they had a group of their guys that got to ride along with the Coast Guard ship Walnut, which is being used as the center point for the Blue Angels Airshow, which is kind of nice. And we have Innisfree, who Julian McQueen will be out here probably in the not too distant future in his G44, the oh gosh, I'm having the Widgeon. I'm sorry, I'm having a senior moment, and that happens about every 5 seconds. Julian will be out here, and he's got a lot of hotels out here on the beach, and we appreciate all the support we can get. So, back to the show.
Put it together, bud. Love it.
I don't flow good. Love it. Because I'm trying to think of stuff. Yeah. And I didn't realize the writing was like that.
Oh, yeah. That's...
Next up, Pensacola, America's first settlement. The carnivorous pitcher plant is so rare it can only be found in nature along the Gulf Coast. Look at this sand. It's actually ancient quartz all the way from the Appalachian Mountains. Isn't that cool? Honey, look what I found. That's our research team. Gotta go.
I think approaching their 12-year mark would be Offshore Inland. Offshore Inland performs the maintenance, repair, and overhaul on the large offshore construction vessels that you'll see come into port periodically. They bid on those contracts independently for that business. They win a contract, the vessel will come into port for a period of time, usually 2 to 3 weeks. The project or the overhaul or the inspection gets completed by Offshore Inland, and then that vessel leaves. We might not ever see that vessel back again, but we might see a sister ship of hers.
was asking. Good job.
Okay.
Okay, we're back. Neglected to mention Penn Air Credit Union as one of our sponsors, and so I'm going to do a little bit of an unconventional approach today. So their motto, welcome to Penn Air Credit Union. Join us, you'll fit right in. If you're not yet a member, enjoy all Penn Air has to offer, including 12 convenient locations, free financial, coaching, and education, and access to other great services. So again, apologize for the omission, but you didn't get omitted. Here you are now, and we're thrilled to have Penn Air Credit Union as a sponsor. So we're back with Mongo, and kind of curious, you know, a lot of the people that are watching are going to want to know, you know, who is that guy? Obviously, we look like twins, but tell us a little bit about the job that you're doing right now. It's super important, especially in light of, you know, all the aviation stuff that we're surrounded with today. So,
Sure.
all yours.
Yeah, thanks, David. Yeah, so 29 in my 29th, going to be 30 years here soon in the Navy, flying the whole time, so that's what I've done. Been in Pensacola since 2018. Currently the commanding officer of the School of Aviation Safety. So every squadron in the Navy and the Marine Corps, to include the Blue Angels, have a safety officer and then a commanding officer. So my schoolhouse throughout the year, we run classes that teach the aviation safety officers how to do their job, and that's about a month-long class. And we do 9 of those throughout the year, 8 of those throughout the year. And then for the people going to command, we do week-long classes, and there's 10 of those classes throughout the year. So teaching everyone to do everything from a safety management system, running a squadron, how to operate safely, seeing what we see out here today, fly dynamically, fly with munitions, fly with MV-22 and drop on the ramp and a bunch of Marines coming out the back in combat. How do you do that day in, day out, train to do it, and then do it in the real world deployments and on combat to do it safely? The commanding officer portion, since it's higher level, that's just a week-long class. But yeah, every Navy Marine Corps squadron, it's in us from the beginning to be able to execute our mission. And that's what I love about air shows, things like today, because it gives a chance for the public to come out and see what we do on a day-to-day basis. Now, some of the civilians in different airplanes are doing aerobatics that we don't do day to day. Blue Angels, when we see them, those maneuvers aren't something that we do every day, but obviously those are Navy and Marine Corps aviators that come and get trained to do that, and the craft have the potential and the capability to do that. So though we all don't maneuver like the Blue Angels daily, it's an honor and a treat to come to air shows, see what we have capability out there wise, and as we like to, you know, it's a great show, right? Great time, good time to be on the beach, and that's what's magical about Pensacola. Real patriotic feeling out here, people enjoying themselves. And just a quick shout out, if I could, to those like my daughter Shayna's friend Caroline, whose birthday is this week. Her parents have her convinced that all this is done annually for Caroline's birthday.
That's funny. Hey, I had a quick question. So these guys and gals come to the school, and then they go back. Is there a requirement for the squadrons to have a safety school trained safety officer?
Yes, there is. So every squadron, because you have that, running a system, you know, God forbid, but if there is an accident, you have to be able to run an investigation to learn the lessons, the safety investigation, so we don't repeat that. So every squadron is required to have a aviation safety officer graduate in the squadron. They don't have to be actively running the safety job, but they have to have someone there, so if there is requirements that you need someone that's a graduate of the school to perform, they're there to be able to do that.
Okay. Well, thanks so much. I think we're going to go back to the live shot now, so stick around. Much more from Captain Janik.
think approaching their 12-year mark would be Offshore Inland. Offshore Inland performs the maintenance, repair, and overhaul on the large offshore construction vessels that you'll see come into port periodically. They bid on those contracts independently for that business. They win a contract. The vessel will come into port for a period of time, usually 2 to 3 weeks. The project or the overhaul or the inspection gets completed by Offshore Inland, and then that vessel leaves. We might not ever see that vessel back again, but we might see a sister ship of hers. I think approaching their 12-year mark would be Offshore Inland. Offshore Inland performs the maintenance, repair, and overhaul on the large offshore construction vessels that you'll see come into port periodically. They bid on those contracts independently for that business. They win a contract. The vessel will come into port for a period of time, usually 2 to 3 weeks. The project or the overhaul or the inspection gets completed by Offshore Inland, and then that vessel leaves. We might not ever see that vessel back again, but we might see a sister ship of hers.
My name is Kevin Miller. I'm a retired Navy carrier pilot. I'm the author of contemporary aircraft carrier fiction, and my latest book is historical fiction about the Battle of Midway. The book is called The Silver Waterfall, and this was an impression by one of the fighter pilots that fought at Midway, Jimmy Thatch. And he looked away from the fight he was engaged in with the Japanese Zeros, and he was able to see dive bombers from his ship Yorktown attacking a Japanese carrier, and to him it looked like a beautiful silver waterfall as the sun glinted off their wings. This book is about the Battle of Midway that occurred in June of 1942. It is the pivotal battle of the Pacific War. The Japanese had an overwhelmingly superior force that they felt they could take on the American fleet and sink it, and so it would no longer pose a problem to them in the Pacific. The Americans were ready and met them and surprised the Japanese on their flank. It's a battle full of drama on the bridges of American ships and Japanese ships, drama and fear and terror in cockpits of airplanes on both sides. I think that all military people, certainly naval personnel, are drawn to it and its significance. This novel is historical fiction, so all of the characters, all the people that are in this novel were actual people who lived, who flew these airplanes on both sides and were on these ships and made these decisions. It's like Michael Shara's The Killer Angels about the Battle of Gettysburg, and he gave voice and he gave heart to those on both sides of that Civil War battle as they faced it. And historical fiction like this is a way to bring these battles alive. Oftentimes they can be dry, narrative nonfiction, not always, but sometimes. And this is a vehicle that I, with my background as a carrier aviator, can bring this battle to life and give insight to people that may not be familiar with it. The cover art is drawn by noted aviation artist Wade Myers, and I've seen Wade Myers' work in social media, so I contacted him and I said, hey, I'm interested in this. Could you draw an SBD Dauntless? So we talked about what we wanted to portray, and here we have 3 SBDs. This is Lieutenant Dick Best and Chief Murray behind him, Lieutenant J.G. Edwin Krager and Airman Halterman behind him, and Tail end Charlie is Ensign Fred Weber and Airman Radioman Hilbert with him. This is a moment in time, 10:25 in the morning at a certain latitude, longitude in the Pacific Ocean, where Best and his two wingmen are attacking the Japanese carrier Akagi. And the SBD would roll into a 90-degree pure vertical dive and hold that dive and track the target on the water. The bomb would come off about 70 degrees. So Wade took this information and he made a model, and he rigged a lamp to approximate the sun angle at that time in the morning and at that dive. So we see the sun on the right side of the aircraft, the dive brakes are open here, the bomb coming off at that instant. It's just an amazing piece of artwork. Not to give it away, but 3 bombs were expended here. 1 actually hit the ship, and this is in the historical record from the Japanese logs, as well as eyewitness accounts. It doesn't matter who, but the fact that these determined Americans, in the face of fire, and there's some AAA flashes here. They were shot at as they were in these dives. They delivered their ordnance. They were unsure that there were mistakes made that morning, but they did the best they could, and it was a victorious effort in the end. In my novel, I concentrated on the waters north and west of Midway during the Battle of Midway. June 2nd, 1942 is when I start. Imagine you're on a ship and you're going into battle. What is that like? How, this is going to be a tough one. This is the Japanese first team that we're going against, and I might be flying an obsolete airplane, and just think about the type of threat that you would face. As a retired carrier aviator, I never had to face, and my contemporaries never had to face anything that these men in early 1942 faced. Yet they went, and it's a story that is worth telling. It's been told before. It can be told again, and our society needs to know this story.
Welcome back. I'm here joined with Darren Schaefer. Darren is the president and CEO of Visit Pensacola, and he stopped by just to kind of give us a little discussion about the importance of this air show and what it means to the community. Darren?
Well, I think I can speak to almost every resident of Escambia County that the Blue Angels is such a source of pride, and we have 2 great opportunities a year where the Blue Angels do a show right here in the hometown of Pensacola. And of course, Red, White, and Blues here in July. I mean, it's been a fantastic week. We have 150,000 people that come out for the event, and a good amount of that are residents, but you walk through the parking lot and I'm seeing a lot of plates from states all around us. A lot from Texas, Louisiana, seeing Tennessee. I mean, truly, everything within a 500-mile drive, what we're seeing in the parking lot. And it really is such a great way to show off our community. The fact that Pensacola Beach has it provides such a great beach experience. The pure sugar white sand, the blue-green water, the boardwalk, the fact that we're on the Gulf Islands National Seashore. I mean, it really is an awesome way to showcase it, and the Blues help make us do that.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, your motto is Pensacola, Florida, the way to beach. So if you need a beach, we've got a beach. So there's some, in addition to the Blue Angels coming, which this is the home of the Blue Angels, and we wouldn't have that any other way. We've also picked up another international, world-known entity that's coming to call Pensacola home now, the American Magic team. Can you talk about that at all?
Yeah, so American Magic is owned by the New York Yacht Club, And they have recently signed a 10-year lease to make Pensacola the home of American Magic. And we're really excited about that and the international exposure it brings to our community. Right now, they're over in Barcelona preparing to sail for America's Cup. Right. And then once that's completed, they'll be back here in Pensacola. And if you follow sailing or not, there's this really relatively new technology, foil technology, that in racing has just changed the game for sailing. And we like to be the home of that technology growing year over year. So that foil technology, all the cottage industries that'll come with that engineering marvel, we'd like to see that make its home here in Pensacola. So they'll be downtown in the port of Pensacola, and you'll be able to see American Magic and its crew sailing out in Pensacola Bay. Well, they'll be back by December, so first quarter of next year, they'll be out and sailing on a regular basis.
Right. And we're looking forward to them coming back, mainly because, well, they can come back either way, but we expect them to be victorious. And then when they are, guess what happens next? The next America's Cup competition will be held in Pensacola, Florida, which is pretty cool. We have some American Magic video that we're going to show later on in the production. We do have an update from Tyson Lamond, one of the key players with the American Magic team. And if you want to watch it now, you can go to Hellcat Productions' Facebook page, and that video is posted there. Well, Darren, I can't thank you enough for stopping by. And by the way, Visit Pensacola is one of our sponsors this year. Sounds like it's time to go back to live cameras. So, Mark, you ready?
Thank you, David.
All right.
At Step One Automotive Group, we have the largest pre-loved inventory in the Florida Panhandle. Choose from more than 800 pre-loved vehicles starting as low as $65.33. All pre-loved vehicles are Step One certified and put through a full 120-point inspection and reconditioning process so you can drive with confidence. Looking to trade up? Schedule a 15-minute instant appraisal and save time today.
first time you take off, you gotta push the I believe button.
I fell in love with aviation at 4 years old. My dad took me to an air show, and I got to watch the Blue Angels fly for the very first time.
This year, we're bringing 5 new people into this team. Something I never thought was actually gonna happen.
It's 1 in a million.
We only have 3 months to get to a point where we can take it on the road.
It can be frustrating at times. The challenge is to get the newbies up to speed, and that can be scary. When you're flying 12 inches apart, everybody's lives are in each other's hands.
It's an eye-opener for how inherently dangerous this job is.
Ready, roll, hat.
Every once in a while, the jets just kind of freeze, and the world around you seems to spin.
To make 6 jets fly as one, that's the Blue Angel magic. I just pinched myself. We get a chance to be part of it.
With all these things that I've done.
As County Commissioner, my number one priority will always be public safety. Working with the Sheriff's Office and the Fire Department to ensure that they have the resources they need to protect the citizens of Escambia County. That will always be my number one priority. Over the past 35 years of running a successful family business in Pensacola, I've learned the importance of economic development. District 4 is the commercial core of Escambia County, with all the major economic influencers, hospitals, the airport, all major retail, and large industrial facilities. District 4 also includes beautiful Pensacola Beach, the crown jewel of tourism in our county. With my 35 years of business experience and leadership in the hospitality industry is why I will be a major force in economic development in District 4 and Escambia County. For over 30 years, I have been involved in many organizations and charities throughout Escambia County. I've done charity work with the Art Gateway, Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Northwest Florida, Sertoma Clubs, Capstone Learning Academy, United Cerebral Palsy. I've also been in some great leadership positions. I was the president of Fiesta Pensacola. I was the president of the Navy League and a 27-year board member of that great organization. I was the president of the Great Gulf Coast Arts Festival and a 30-year board member. Giving back to Pensacola is a passion to me. Making our town shine is something that I am always committed to. The U.S. military has such
Well, welcome back to the show. This is kind of a slow moment for the air show, and we're waiting for some of the civilian acts. The TFR, which is the closed airspace for the air show, starts at noon. So in between now and then, there'll be a number of airplanes. Looks like, who we got here? We'll have a number of airplanes that aren't technically part of the air show, but they are part of the air show. So in between these particular airplanes flying by, we'll keep running some commercials to keep our sponsors happy and running some other content. I hope you're liking the IMAX Blue Angel documentary trailers. Super fun movie to watch, and if you haven't seen it yet, you need to go look. And we'll be playing some clips from our Blue Angel panel that we had after the watch party that we did for the Blue Angel movie, and I hope you'll enjoy those too. So stick around.
description is writer that you could build Yankees Stadium in the entire U.S. Coast Guard. And this is everyday evolution to that. Where is that printer? This is Square. It was known originally, more recently, they were the only people to fly the J model. What they did was change out the dashboard. It's all glass cockpit now. Very, very high-speed stuff. The auto hover button is kind of nice. Having in one spot and everybody on the same NVGs is nice as well. But they'll be about 50 feet up or so. You'll get the idea. They'll be getting close to us momentarily. Lauren Murrell, she's out of Chandler, Arizona, now Lieutenant JG. You know where she was last year for this air show? On a boat over there at Quietwater Beach. She was a flight student. She got winged last November. Coast Guard Academy class of 21. All right. Dave, Aviation Electronic Technician, second class, Dave Shackman. Guess what his call sign is? Shackman. He'll be running the hoist. He's out of San Antonio, Texas. The aviation tech and crew chief on this one is Albert Guzman. He's out of Fontana, California. And the rescue swimmer would be Jerry Kelly. Virginia Military Institute, swam NCAA Division I for all 4 years. He was a BMI. And yes, it stirs up its very own little hurricane out there in the water. So see on the end of the string? Yeah, that's Jerry Kelly. Says it's a great ride. Water skiing with one flipper in the water. Okay, come on, take your hat off, wave it. Beach towel, swimsuit top, you pick your choice. Okay, take to see you. So Subway in the right seat, Bluey in the left seat, and right there. the same as the Seahawk and the Blackhawk, and I forget the other Hawk names that Customs has, and let's see, Border Patrol has Blackhawks, and the Forest Service Hawks. Oh yeah, Firehawks, that's what those are called. We just made sure they stayed far enough from the beach so they didn't blow over. You're easy up, okay? So you can thank them for that. I think it really misses something. I think they need to have somebody in the water. Right now, because we're going to start shutting down the water before the second half of the show begins, okay? If you're saying, oh, you know, I used to go jump in the water. This is a real... Sit around, don't worry about sunscreen. Just go, okay? Don't worry about the hat. Just go, get wet, get in, come on out, get in again. Okay. Helicopter and flop in the water. And by the way, this day and night and 7 days a week and 300 all the water is. The sound crew was born in Kodiak, Alaska. At the Coast Guard Naval Air Station up there. Sorry, Air Station. Sorry, I got carried. So the Coast Guard was all over the place. In fact, Subway was in Kodiak or ADAC, one of those DACs in Alaska. The jet orange smoke hunter, huh? Station in New Orleans has 3 of these Jayhawk helicopters. They stand 24-hour alert, 24-hour alert all year long. They cover everything from the Texas-Louisiana border all the way to Apalachicola. That's a heck of a lot of space right there. And they go out to 250. And they are constantly, in a typical year, they run about 300 cases, save about 130 lives, help 200 people, save easily $500,000 in property, and fly 300 Homeland patrols. And the interesting thing about New Orleans, it's all helicopters. It's helicopters. That makes it the busiest helicopter base in the coast.
Save time today at Step 1 Automotive Group with a 15-minute vehicle appraisal. You don't even have to get out of your car. At Step 1 Automotive Group, we are a certified KBB buying center, which means that you get a fair trade-in price every time. How? Because we use Kelley Blue Book's millions of data points to provide the most accurate trade-in value in the industry. Visit us online to schedule your no-obligation appraisal and get trade-in credit or a cash offer on your vehicle in less than 15 minutes.
VP-11, which is the squadron I was in, got credit for sinking over 100,000 tons of enemy shipping and damaging 100,000 tons. And we were just one of the Black Cat squadrons out there. So if the others were doing as well, the Japs were hurting pretty bad. Went to San Diego, reformed the squadron. I was kept with the squadron, and we deployed again in April back to the South Pacific. And that's when we got involved in Black Cat operation primarily. Done a lot of rescue work. Every time there's a big bombing by our carriers or the Air Force on one of the islands, we'd have 3 or 4 planes out in the perimeter standing by to pick up anyone that was shot down. And that was really a blessing to the aviators and to us as well. The pilots loved our airplane, the PBY, really because they had all the runway they needed to get airborne. And number 2, we had a lot of runways out there, and they came in handy quite frequently. But my PBY days were my life. That was my first tour, and I had 3 years with them. And you just absolutely, the good thing about it, we each had our own airplane. We maintained our own plane and flew our own plane in most cases. But the biggest challenge we had was pulling our checks while tied up at a buoy. You can imagine how difficult that would be to work on an engine. We did have engine stands that strapped around the engine, but if you dropped anything, it was gone. Spark plug or a tool or what have you. So we had to be very patient, be very careful in holding our maintenance tied up at a buoy. We were stationed in Port Moresby, New Guinea, in a tent city set up by the Seabees, and that's when we got involved in a evacuation of 219 Australian commandos. This happened in December 1943. Our squadron got picked to go in the northern part of New Guinea, where the Australian commandos were still fighting the enemy. We had secured the southern part of New Guinea at that time, so we had a pretty good base at Port Moresby. But the Australian commandos, when they needed supplies, we dropped supplies to them. It got to the point that they were kind of getting overrun and asked to be repositioned. Our squadron got picked to make this rescue. The PBY has a wingspan of 104 feet, and we had to land on the Seebeek River, which was 200 feet wide. So we made 19 individual trips in there to get these people out. We went in on a skeleton crew of only 5 people and no ordnance. We had to go in light to bring the big load out. Each plane came out with 25 commandos and some of their equipment. And there's 5 of us, so that was 30 people on each PBY. Fortunately, there's no mishaps. We got them all out of there in a 5-day period. And they were happy. They had a base south of us in New Guinea, but our main concern after getting loaded, I had to keep them all forward, and they just hung on to each other. And our main concern was that there's no debris coming down that river while we was trying to take off. That just spoiled our whole day. But we did get them all out of there, and that was one of the biggest rescue operations, I guess, in the Pacific at that time.
we're getting close to TFR time, and that's the good news. The bad news is we've got some weather that's going to be rumbling through our area. Scott, when do you expect that weather to come? What are you thinking?
I just looked at the radar. It was saying 1 o'clock. Unfortunately, right in the middle of the, so it looks like that line, but it'll be up to the air boss as he just pause it, which it doesn't look like the line is that wide, so just pause it to let that line go through. But
of course, the big problem for us is we're going to have to protect our gear, and so we'll probably be turning down the some of the cameras, and we're not going to stop the stream. We're going to keep the stream going. Probably as soon as we can, we'll come right back to it. We'll play some of the other video pieces that we were planning on showing you anyway, and we'll just kind of play it by ear. Thanks, Scott. Alrighty, well, we've just been informed that they're going to pause the show to let this weather pass, apparently. What do you think about that, Scott?
Well, probably a good call. I mean, the air boss is looking at a whole bunch of factors, right? And the decision that sounds like they just made is, do we start it and maybe get interrupted and then try and start it again? Or if you pause it and just everyone can hold in place. The benefit there, most of these air show performers in their airplane, it's very, very scripted out, and so they're taking off with just the amount of gas to come do what they need to do and to get back and land. So that's another factor a lot of people don't necessarily think about, is not just the show in front of you, but getting the airplane back to the airport and landing. So if they come out and do their thing and then they're heading back to the airport and then they're encountering weather and they need that extra gas, you know, that's probably all the balance. That's probably what the air boss is thinking.
And of course, what's unique about this air show is they're flying over the beach. They're not landing here, so the Blues, of course, will come from NAS Pensacola, and then the rest of the airplanes and performers will be coming from Pensacola Airport. So we have another gentleman that knows what he's talking about that's just rolled in with us, Rob Williams. Rob, why don't you come over here and tell us what you know? Is this too soon?
I will do the best I can. I'm not sure which microphone.
I'm gonna hook you up with this.
We're sharing the mic, Rob. Yeah, so Rob rolled in. He was just out on the beach announcing the first couple hours of what was going on out there, and now he's here over here with us at Hellcat. So here you go, Rob.
Oh, well, you can interview me. I'm sweating here. It's a little on the hot and humid side. So we just did 2 hours what we call the pre-show, and it's unique because you don't get to do this very many places. These are our neighbors. These are the guys I've been flying with. I've been in 3 of these airplanes, just diddy-bopping all over the panhandle. So it's different in that respect. You don't have that because normally you're at a controlled airfield, a base, and you don't have time for these guys who are not airshow, in the eyes of the FAA, they're not airshow qualified. And they did a great job. Tanner Matheny out there in the Navion, he's going to get his airshow ticket. He will be performing. But there are limits to a non-performer, what you can do in non-waivered airspace. Those airplanes can do whatever you want them to do. Come on, the Navion got plenty of power. The thing I like about it the most, 4 seats, so you can be flying. And you got 3 of your buddies there going, hey man, this is really cool. I need $100 for fuel. No problem, here you go. So you know that's kind of important. One guy buys the fuel, one guy buys the beer. It equals out. And then one guy drives the airplane. And that's kind of helpful. The CAF represented not just with the Stinson L5 they have, but also the T-34 that belongs to wing member Tony Dietz. And then of course the guys, I don't know, they call it McCutcheon Field in Holt. It's right off of Highway 90 east of Milton, not that far, 5-6 miles east. And they've got a collection of L-birds from World War II and that cute little air coupe YO-55. I mean, it's like a large kid's toy. And the fact you put 2 grown-ups in there, you go, wait a minute, crew weight 180 pounds each. Whoops, with you and me, we blew that, Mongo. So here, let me turn the microphone on to you so people understand where you're coming from, okay?
No, yeah, and I was just going to say, so you reminded me back to my roots. So I started flying in the EA-6B Prowler, and that was 4 seats, pilot, and then 3 electronic countermeasure officers. I was one of those, so we could sit in the front right or either the 2 back, and joking about cruising around in automatic cross-country machine, as we called it. That was something neat, being a young naval flight officer just joining a squadron, and you're right off potentially on cross countries or doing air shows, and you're in the Prowler, let alone training, flying around the ship, going on missions, and you're there with each other, which a lot of times, and I get my friends that are single-seat aviators, like that solitude at times. Others liked having people with them and being able to converse, and if a problem came up or a different situation, be able to talk through that. So one of the things you mentioned, and maybe for people watching, because we touched a little bit on it earlier,
right?
So those that didn't hear, when and kind of the pre-show to the show, so once the aerobatic air show begins, there's an air boss in charge of the airspace, and there's actually a flight restricted area that's established where the airplanes can do their aerobatic maneuvers, but also keeping other airplanes out. So in the pre-show, any touch on any of that governance? I know you kind of talked about they're professionals and they're aviators out there, but say someone else with a tow banner just decided to fly through. Would they be allowed to? Would they be not? What restricts that?
They are allowed. It's open airspace, and everybody knows the air show is underway today. We got a surprise about 3 years ago. A guy does a pass in a Cessna or something, and all of a sudden a MiG-19 comes through on full afterburner. He lives over south of Mobile, so it took him about 7.5 minutes to get over here on burner. He was just below Mach 1. And there are not that many MiG-19s floating around. Of course, the air boss for today, and all the Pensacola Beach air shows, Paul Entrigan was the first civilian to ever fly a MiG-15. And he brought one into the U.S. in the mid-1980s, 85, 86. That's the first time I met him. It was a big thing. He came to San Antonio to do an air show, and they sent your trustworthy reporter, me, out there to interview him. And next thing I know, it's 15, 20 years later, and I'm in Pensacola, and there was something going on at Gulf Breeze High School, and he was right there in the crowd. And I looked at him, and he looked at me, he goes, I know you. And we picked up the friendship from that point, and then he called me about, I guess, 10 years ago, hey, would you like to do the play-by-play on the air show? No problem at all. Happy to do that. Happy to do that. So I'm listening for Thunder out of this year, and your questions with the other. But what was the question anyway?
No, you kind of explained it. If that the pre-show, it is uncontrolled airspace, though aviators, most of us flying around, even if people are flying civilian and doing something, are very well aware of the air show. But yeah, the uniqueness of when a show site is different, because that is a rarity of the airport. And even Pensacola, the beach air show, and David mentioned right before he stepped off, also unique, where you have the Blue Angels demonstration team coming from NAS Pensacola, all the other Pensacola Regional and flying out of there. So the support from both those two airports, airfields, easy support on the Navy side because the Blue Angels are there at NAS, but Pensacola Airport, Matt Coughlin's team there supporting the air show, allowing staging as well as some, and I'll call it some, probably just dynamic scheduling on the Thursday, Friday, Saturday to ensure that the timing for the air show happens properly.
Absolutely. And the box, with the air show performer box, in this case is a mile wide, so it's a mile from the surf line out to the nearest crowd in the boats, the fleet you see offshore. The Coast Guard cutter, the buoy tender there, the Walnut, doesn't count. That's just a center point for the Blue Angels. I still say that is like got to be the best ticket. You say, oh, I'd like flying with the Blue Angels. No, you don't get to see the whole air show that way. You're on the Walnut, man, the beach chair is there, the cooler is right here next to you, and you're having a fine old time. More sunscreen, please. And I'm sure the Coast Guard has a rating for that, sunscreen or second class. We'll figure it out. The important thing is it's all about safety, all about safety. I was in charge of scheduling all these people pre-show, and it was a matter of, let's fly safe, but come on, we're aviators. We gotta look cool while we're doing it, okay? What, you got a big watch, okay? Oh, I do too. We gotta look cool while we're doing it, and that's the secret. And these guys are just I hate to say showing off for their neighbors, but these are the guys that live down the street and around the corner. They're our neighbors, and we wouldn't necessarily know, but you may. The guy from church, wait a minute, my kid goes to school with your kid. I recognize you from the checkout line. We got some terrific aircraft. Do I wish there were more available? Yes, I do. I think that Pensacola is singularly, that's a word I cannot say. We don't have enough airports. Now you say, well, wait a minute, we got NAS. Right, but don't forget NAS closed 1, 2, 3 other fields. There's no Barron, there's no Softly, and I can't remember the other one, but they just built over them. Uh-oh, you got an alert?
Here comes some weather alerts.
Dangerous lightning in the air.
There we go, dangerous lightning.
That is going to definitely shut this down real fast.
Probably looking like a good call, the air boss right now, to just kind of take a pause and let this line go through.
Stay in your blocks and they'd already launched the helos with the jumpers, and let me tell you, you got lightning, you don't want to be the jumper going out of the air.
Thunderstorm lightning in the area.
Yep, that's what we just got. What do you need from us, Mark? Just confirming that, yeah. And so for everyone out there, and if you are outside, be careful. There's an extreme alert, dangerous lightning in the area. Please seek shelter off the beach. You kind of mentioned it, and I teach at the School of Aviation Safety as well as run it. So yeah, take this as an example, right? There's risks and there's hazards. We mitigate those risks, assess the hazard. So if you are on the beach, move to somewhere where you're undercover and have some protection.
Well, basically we're talking about, can you get back to your car in Casino Beach? Well, guess what? There are only about 600 spaces out here. 600, that's it. That's all they got. They aren't gonna add any more. I do have an empty seat in my car down the way here. I got room in the back of the T-shirt truck. We could just pile in there. So I really am impressed. The Coast Guard SAR demo, search and rescue demo. I keep saying I will volunteer to be the dummy in the water, but they go, oh no, we bring our own. Don't worry. And just to get that hoist, just to get that lift. And you go, well, you're going to be about 50, 75 yards offshore, and there are sharks out there. Like, this is Florida. If the water's salty, there's a shark in it. If it's fresh, there's an alligator in it. We can handle it either way.
So when I went through flight training here at NAS, one of the swim things that we used to do, which we don't do anymore, they had I call it the human being aircraft carrier, but it was a little carrier with a big screen mesh on the back, so you would put a parachute up. So you'd have all of us flight students out there in our gear, throw the parachute up, and then they would just have a bunch of boats. So parasailing, how the Navy would do it, right? So you would just get hooked up, a motorboat would come up next to you, hook you up, it would start going, and you would just walk off the end of the flight deck, and off you'd go to parasail. Well, they would take you up. The difference from parasailing to what we would do is we would actually cut loose from the boat and parachute down into the water. and then they had a couple other boats coming and picking us up.
Okay. Now,
So right over here in Pensacola Bay.
Why did they stop doing that?
I would have to go back and look at if it was cost, if it was benefit, if we could, because you do similar stuff in the pool now, so cost savings to be able to do that same stuff in the pool and not have to get outside and be in the boat. I'd have to go back and look what the decision was. But coming back to your shark thing, right there in Pensacola Bay, I'm coming down and I look down and it might have been a dolphin, but I've always stuck with, no, it was a shark. I looked down and in the water, right where I'm landing, was a big sea creature. And when I went in, my feet hit it. Probably scared whatever it was a lot more than I was scared. But I could feel it swim off, and I tell you what, the little pickup boat could not get to me quick enough to get me out of the water.
I hear you. Yeah, you know, that I realize that it's not around anymore. Do they still have the wires, the slide?
They still have the wires. I haven't walked down there when a class is going through to see if they're still actively doing it, but they do have all that stuff set up. And
the helicopter carrier, too. So
we were just getting some words from David. I think to get some of the electronics shut down, we're going to sign off for now. So everyone be safe, and we'll hopefully see you when we're back online when the show starts.
After I got out of the Marine Corps, after I left active duty, I stayed in the reserves. At the time, they had what they referred to as the Quick Reaction Force. And 1-5 just happened to be on the tip of the spear for the Quick Reaction Force. We were activated, and it was one of those things where you get a phone call at home at night, and it's, get down here, we're going someplace, and we're going fast. I got to know some civilians that were running around on this ship, and it turned out that they worked for DIA, which is the Defense Intelligence Agency. One thing led to another, and I was recommended to work and do some clandestine things with the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the only people that knew about it were my squadron CO and myself. I ended up going to Syria, posing as a businessman, essentially being somebody that I wasn't there for purposes that I wasn't really there for, and we'll just leave that at that. I was discovered. How that happened, I'm not exactly sure, but I ended up being interrogated there for several days, which was a very unpleasant experience. I did know that, very similar to the cliche that you hear in the Mission Impossible movies, that the United States was going to disavow any knowledge of my having been there for any government purposes, and I knew that probably the most interesting part of the story is that my family had absolutely no idea where I was. They thought that I was off doing some MiG training. They never had a clue that I was over there. They didn't know about the injuries. And it wasn't until I wrote my book that any of them ever found out about any of that. A lot of that was, I had left active duty with the Marine Corps, was pursuing the airshow business, and in conjunction with flying the shows that I flew full time, I was doing a little bit of stuff on the side for DIA, and continued that with them until after Desert Shield, Desert Storm in '91. And at that point, I felt like I'd served my country and had done about everything that I needed or wanted to do, and that was a good time for me to cut the cord with the Marine Corps and DIA and all those different entities. And when I decided that I wanted to write a book, and maybe I shouldn't phrase it that way. I'm not sure that I really wanted to write the book, but I felt like my kids in particular deserved to know why Dad had missed all of the birthdays and the Christmases and the different holidays that I'd been away. I knew that I had to wait a prescribed amount of time and that I would have to get the government's chop on what I wrote. And that's one of the reasons that my mention of my time with DIA in my book is so brief. I had a lot more information in there, and what they sent me back, all the stuff that had been redacted, it was like, no, you can't say this, you can't say that. At the end of the first book, it sort of brings my life to a close at that particular phase, that my wife and I had settled up here in the north end of Escambia County where we are now. We branched out into the Texas Longhorn business, and we have a pasture full of certified Texas Longhorns, which all have names, and I'm failing retirement miserably. I'm turning nice green stuff into dirty brown stuff, and that seems to be where most of my discretionary income goes. But we love having the animals around here, the horses and the cattle, and we have chickens that we collect eggs from, and we have some peafowl that are running around just to add a little color to the place, and a cat and a dog, and all kinds of wild creatures. It's quiet up here, it's peaceful. At night you can see all the stars, there's no light pollution. We've really been blessed to find this place and to be able to settle here in retirement, and it's taken me back to my childhood roots when I spent time in the country with my grandparents on a farm, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm very blessed.
Give me 1 second, please.
He'll count you in.
God damn it. Stand by.
You want to give them all away, y'all.
All right, coming to you. Ready? In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hey, welcome back. We're at the Pensacola Beach Airshow, the red, white, and blues get together. I would be Rob Milford, and this guy is Mongo. Your parents just didn't like you? What's the story there?
No, parents loved me. First squadron, I busted a handle right out of an airplane. So Mongo liked to fold wings. And then a week later, I was doing a presentation in the ready room, and I pulled the slide screen down, and I didn't notice it was hung up over here, and so I ripped the bar down. Someone in the back said, Mongo likes slideshow too, and at that point I said I could probably go buy the patches.
Yeah, might as well. Yeah, that'll set your career right there. You're still working on NAS, huh?
Correct. Yep. School of Aviation Safety. I run that. I've done it for 3 years. Will be this August.
Knock on wood. The reason we're doing this inside and not outside on the beach is we're trying to be safe because the thunderstorms and lightning are to our north and to our northwest. I would imagine if the Blues haven't done their walk down yet, which they haven't, it's only 12:30, that they would be getting really, really wet. And we've got lightning in the area, and rule number 1 is when there's lightning, you get off a beach. And that's pretty much it. We're in a weather hold right now.
Correct. Yep, weather hold, and it looks like a lot of people, I don't know if everyone's listening to their phones and the alerts, but have seen a pretty steady stream of traffic heading to and just sitting in cars or kind of getting up and off the beach around some more shelter. So it's not on us yet. We'll see if Mother Nature keeps pushing it this way or if it diverts around us a little bit.
Fingers crossed. I mean, you know, you're in the Navy, let me think, what do? You're at an airfield, it's lightning and thunder, everybody get inside, right? Stop working on that airplane, stop putting bombs, and stop fueling it. Go on inside. Rain will pass in a few minutes. You're on an aircraft carrier, you put your foot down on the gas and drive 60 knots to get out of something real fast. I saw that movie with the aircraft carrier go through the time thing.
That's right.
Great.
Yeah,
that was a good one. The Nimitz, yeah. Hadn't been the same ever since then either. I promise you on that. So right now, everything, they will get as many acts in as they can. There is always an allowance in every air show plan for a weather delay. I think the issue is once an aircraft launches, Pensacola, because we're basically 10 miles due south of the runway. If you're coming south, hey, there's the beach. There's the beach. The beach ball is about 50 yards from where we're sitting, and that's pretty much show center. So, you know, only take enough fuel to do the act. They don't take, and same thing with the Blues. Yes, an F-18 can fly 1,000 miles. You don't put 1,000 miles worth of fuel to go from Pensacola to the beach. In fact, remember that Thunderbird that was going to do the flyover at the Air Force graduation? And he had to punch out before the graduation because he ran out of gas. He ran out of gas. I'm sure he's probably still doing paperwork on that, isn't he? So we're going to take a break. Hang in there. Some video of our earlier shows.
Yeah, it was really interesting as a first-year pilot on the Blue Angels when we were making the documentary. Everybody talks about the cameras and how everything was different, and for us, everything was new, everything was different. So the fact that there were IMAX cameras around and film crews everywhere it might as well have been normal for us just because we didn't know any better. So I guess that was probably a good thing being a new pilot. It really wasn't until the following year that I realized how much was going on in that first year that we were on the team. But I think having seen the film now, I think they did an excellent job of really giving the public an inside look of the Blue Angels. And something that, hopefully this film does is not everyone is fortunate enough to live in Pensacola and have access to see the Blue Angels, almost every single week. And we try to do as many air shows as we can around the country, but not everyone's able to see us. But hopefully a film like this kind of extends the reach of the Blue Angels and allows people who maybe aren't fortunate enough to be able to see a show to be able to see something like this in a local theater or on Amazon Prime streaming, and hopefully it inspires that next generation. Like I know so many of us up here were inspired by the Blue Angels in the past.
First time you take off,
You gotta push the I believe button.
I fell in love with aviation at 4 years old. My dad took me to an air show, and I got to watch the Blue Angels fly for the very first time.
This year, we're bringing 5 new people into this team. Something I never thought was actually gonna happen.
It's 1 in a million.
We only have 3 months to get to a point where we can take it on the road.
It can be frustrating at times. The challenge is to get the newbies up to speed, and that can be scary. When you're flying 12 inches apart, everybody's lives are in each other's hands.
It's an eye-opener for how inherently dangerous this job is.
Ready, roll, hat.
Every once in a while, the jets just kind of freeze, and the world around you seems to spin.
To make 6 jets fly as one, that's the Blue Angel magic. I just pinched myself. We get a chance to be part of it.
With all these things that I've done.
Next up, Pensacola.
At Step One Automotive Group, we have the largest pre-loved inventory in the Florida Panhandle. Choose from more than 800 pre-loved vehicles starting as low as $65.33. All pre-loved vehicles are Step One certified and put through a full 120-point inspection and reconditioning process so you can drive with confidence. Looking to trade up? Schedule a 15-minute instant appraisal and save time today.
Well, welcome back, folks. We're still kind of waiting for the weather to slide through. Just had a conversation with the air boss. They decided to hop down and check the radar, see what's going on. It kind of feels like the worst part of the weather is kind of swirling more to the north of us. So as you can see, the direction of the camera that we did leave up shows pretty nice skies. I did want to mention that last video we played, that was a clip from the National Naval Aviation Museum, and that was a Christmas party that the museum brass put on for the volunteers. It's a great time. It's a great activity. If you love history, especially naval aviation, you might want to consider becoming a volunteer for the National Naval Aviation Museum. Alrighty, well, not much else to report. As soon as we have more information, you can see people are trying to find a place to take shelter right now, but may not need it. We'll find out soon, but thanks for staying with us.
Are you guys just sheltering? Are you waiting on the phone? It's been an all all day today. Yesterday was not this bad, but there's a lot more people supposedly here today. But I don't know if there are. It's about, I think that there maybe was even more people last year. I mean, like yesterday. I know his house is right there. Right? See, Leo's been in the house all over. In Pete's house quite a few times doing his AT&T stuff. The beach house.
tried with the Military Affairs Committee, I kept emphasizing the fact that all the inflows do get back. So maybe there should be some photos about that. Nice meeting you, Rob.
believe this is the first time. I have one 2X right here. He's already up here. Highest bid, we'll take for the highest bid. Oh, that's hard. Tuck it under like this. Tuck it under your shirt. Something nice like that. You can email. Just go ahead and type in your email and we go. Type in your email already? Type your email again. Still working. That looks good on you. Last one. You just happened to walk me here right at the right time. Oh, okay. Where'd you get yours at? Okay, that's that one. What size? Small. Extra small or small? Okay. Hello? I did. I have to tell you, the inclement weather has been great for sure.
Well, folks, welcome back. The latest update is a air show they've reconfigured, and they're shooting for 1:30 to restart. Looking towards the beach. The beach weather is beautiful. The weather, the inclement and really ugly weather that was heading this way, has kind of moved to the north. However, since this is a kind of a unique air show where all the airplanes come from somewhere else to fly the beach, so of course the Blues come from NAS Pensacola, and then the civilian performers all come from Pensacola Airport. So there was quite a bit of rain and weather up at the Pensacola Airport, which affects some of the civilian performers. Some of them are open cockpit and not happy to go out in the driving rain. So if the weather moves beyond the Pensacola Airport, we might see some of those guys. Otherwise, we'll get what we get. one thing we can be almost 100% sure of, maybe 99.9, is that we will still get the Blue Angels today. So thanks for hanging with us. If you're still hanging with us this long, and gather the group around the tube, and we'll look forward to seeing you in a bit.
performers in this afternoon's red, white, and blues. Spectacular here at Pensacola Beach. Redline, the only father-son team in the airshow business. Ken Reeder and his son Austin. They have flown here many times before. But in the lead in their premier three-ship formation, we're going to welcome Redline. As a three-ship with the lead aircraft being Adam Shane Baker. Ken Reeder has been flying for 36 years. He's accumulated over 14,000 hours of flight time in over 40 different types of aircraft. He's a former corporate and airline pilot. He has built 5 RV aircraft. I say RV on Richard Brunswick. It is a airplanes that have only 180 horsepower motors. But in fact, they work their routine so that you do what we're going to see next. One of the most challenging maneuvers ever. It's called a line of rest loop, where Cam and Austin will be looking at the place where the car as the nose comes up. Let's listen in on the radio for Adam Baker's call. Turnaround with Adam Baker high above the other two airplanes. Blue Angels fly at an air show in Cincinnati, Ohio. And that inspired upside down. Last one, solo in the fly ride, 14. Solo in a piston powered airplane when he was 16 on his 15th birthday. And on his 17th birthday, he got a private pilot license. But interestingly, he also works for his dad. His dad's an instructor. And so when Austin is working for the band or flying the airplane, he says, okay, what are you at, Dad? I'm not sure which one I'm at on. Sometimes I'm guitar, Dad. But today, it's both on and
Save time today at Step 1 Automotive Group with a 15-minute vehicle appraisal. You don't even have to get out of your car. At Step 1 Automotive Group, we are a certified KBB buying center, which means that you get a fair trade-in price every time. How? Because we use Kelley Blue Book's millions of data points to provide the most accurate trade-in value in the industry. Visit us online to schedule your no obligation.
Oh, he came from off that helicopter way up there. Two of them.
Yeah, I've had one before. That's the ones like chocolate, like ice cream. Yeah, chocolate ice cream. Yeah, I love that. Especially if she's going to take a break. We're going back in. We can do that too. We can do that.
can go out, maybe. You're in the wrong front.
I know y'all don't realize it, but you're actually sitting on our set.
finished. We could probably come up here and stand. We just can't get in that. Because she was sitting in there sick. I don't think.
We can. This is for the friends and family of a lot of automotive groups. We can. Unfortunately. Oh, his favorite story? Is he telling you the story about him jumping off? Back when we figured out.
We only have extra small left. Sorry, ran out. We've been here for 2 days. Yeah, we give them away for free.
probably was Kevin Coleman, but not now. We wanted to show you the Blues walking out because when you're watching the air show from Pensacola Beach, you don't really get to see that part of the show. So that's what it looks like as they're walking out to the jets. Ground crew's getting them ready to go, and the excitement begins right from the walkout. Hope you enjoyed that. So we're just waiting now at the show center. The Blue Angel crew is manning the scissor lift. They've got their comm people out, and so that's the next thing to go. Should be very shortly.
High-tech business going on here, huh? You got trouble?
mouth is like that.
Okay, well, we're pretty sure that the Blue Angels are going to be arriving shortly. I think about 3 minutes ago we heard 5 minutes, so that would mean 2 minutes to go. Crowd's ready. We're ready. It's been a kind of a long air show, as air shows go, but can't do much about the weather. Fortunately, the weather cooperated for us, and we got pretty much what we were hoping for so far. Big show next is the Blue Angels.
The Blue Angels represent the best of the Navy.
I'm used to doing films that have special effects and you plan these moves and it's cool, but it's not real. What these pilots do, it's real. There are no second chances. It is truly a life and death demonstration.
What makes this documentary different than seeing it from the ground is you're not here, you're in it.
You'll get to be in the cockpit, watching them from behind, chasing them underneath the planes, being upside down. We're right there with them.
Stay focused. It's game on time.
There's a lot of consideration that went into how to shoot the Blue Angels in ways you've never seen them before.
On a project like this, you just don't get a take two. We could never ask them to do a flight demonstration without that being part of their regular practice schedule or demo.
They fly when they fly, and we had to figure out how to capture it.
Everybody's lives are in each other's hands.
The maneuver where these F-18s are 12 inches apart, it's called the Yankee set.
You can't even believe how close they are coming together.
It's an incredible thing to see, and especially in this IMAX format.
There are moments the world will slow down for just a couple seconds.
We just come off of Top Gun Maverick and became known for dynamic high-action jet aerial work. Never in the history of motion picture aviation has a civilian camera helicopter been approved to be inside the Blue Angel demonstration.
We were shooting for IMAX, and so the special rig needed to be used to mount the cameras. We used the Sony Venice 2 cameras and high-speed Phantom cameras.
We came up with this idea. Wouldn't it be really cool to see these jets at 1,000 frames a second?
To let people live in that little moment that usually is a flash and let them just experience the awe and power of these machines.
I really feel so proud of this documentary because
The maneuvers you will see demonstrated here this afternoon are coordinated tactical techniques developed by Navy and Marine Corps pilots in both peacetime training and actual combat. These maneuvers are neither stunts nor errand feats, but are refinement
seconds of basic techniques taught to every prospective naval aviator. Here over Pensacola Beach, we will demonstrate these maneuvers at very low altitude in traditional Blue Angel formation, so that you may see and take pride in the precise fashion in which your Navy Marine Corps pilots are trained to fly.
Oh, yeah.
Thomas Zimmerman. As the Delta approaches, you should get a look at the entire
Delta? Tell me. Delta.
It's solo maneuver. Now, directly before you, the 2024 Blue Angels. They will roll their aircraft 360 degrees, crossing over center. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing inverted to inverted roll. Team in the world today. From the left, the Diamond Dirty Loop.
To the left, bro.
maintain minimum wingtip to canopy separation. However, the flight leader and slap glider were both in the inverted position. From the right, the Blue Angel double Farvel.
Double what? Farvel?
Drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, bitch, drop it, bitch, pump it like it's hot, pump it like it's hot.
So how do you get to go up on the pier?
Approaching the show line at 400.
I was just thinking what's not gonna happen. Wow. Damn.
Minimum separation. Watch as both pilots sustain 6 times the force of gravity to cross their airplane.
I was looking at my freaking watch.
Still maintaining millimeter degrees. The pilots must now comment zone, developing 90 as they perform the very difficult. The two pilots will next demonstrate precision roll rate control. Approaching center point, they will roll their aircraft 360 degrees, pausing 90 degrees of rotation, pressing center point in the inverted position. Now, ladies and gentlemen, reposing 4-point hesitation roll. roll their aircraft. Ladies and gentlemen, the double tuck over roll. Is rolling out the diamond formation for another dynamic maneuver, the low break cross. Upper two center pilot will perform an individual break and exit the show line in a separate direction. demonstration.
Oh, we gotta.
Show season will begin on the 9th of March and runs through early November. The Blue Angels will perform 65 flight demonstrations this season while visiting 32 cities throughout the United States. The next portion of our flight demonstration will showcase all 6 aircraft flying together in formation. The Blue Angel Delta has been our signature 6-plane formation since 1958. Behind the crowd to the right, the 2 solo pilots have joined the diamond to form the Blue Angel Delta. On the right, 400 horsepower Delta roller. All 5 will maintain position as they roll 360 degrees over center.
Narrating for you. 400 mile an hour. To the right.
Very shortly, all 6 aircraft will be approaching for the Blue Angel fleur-de-lis. Perform individual 360-degree rolls, and the 4 diamond pilots will rendezvous through a looping maneuver. From the left, at 450 miles per hour, the Blue Angel fleur-de-lis. Let's listen in. should be able to follow their individual smoke trails as all 6 pilots simultaneously roll their aircraft 180 degrees and head back towards show center from 6 different directions with maximum closure and minimum separation. They will converge on center point and cross with a combined closure rate of nearly 1,000 miles per hour. Follow us on social media, including Facebook and Instagram. To the show. Approaching center point, the entire formation will settle in dramatic fashion.
Like who cares?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Angel Delta Breakout. Your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron represents a time-honored tradition of pride, professionalism, and excellence spanning 113 years of naval aviation. The 2024 team takes a great deal of pride in saluting Navy and Marine Corps aviators, maintenance crews, and support personnel. Now from the left, representing your United States Navy and Marine Corps, the 2024 Blue Angels.
Well, folks, that's it for this year's Pensacola Beach Red, White, and Blues Air Show. Special thanks to the big boss, Mark the Man Schultz, cameraman Kevin Ross, and our tight shot expert, Kyle Marley Marler. Man, it's been a day, and I appreciate y'all hanging in with us and going through all the weather stuff, but I think at the end of the day, you gotta say it was worth it to hang out for the Blues. We'll see you guys next time.